And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon. Hope everybody's doing great today. Having a good weekend, or good weekend. Good start to the week. Wow. Yeah, it's been a long weekend, by the way, folks. For those of you that watched on Twitch, we did a 13-hour-ish stream on Saturday. Building the Prusa Core 1 that's still down there at Echovate. It's a week. The day ends in Y. Exactly. So yeah, we did that build on Saturday. On Sunday, I stopped back by there, and after a decent night's sleep, stopped back by there, finished cleaning up my mess because I felt bad about leaving all the boxes and stuff like that. Hey, Free Heathen, how's it going? And got the printer moved over, got it plugged in. We went through, tensioned the belts using the Prusa app, and had an error initially, but that was due to me not having the cable fully seated on the buddy board. So 6 screws out, took the thing off, checked the cable at both ends, make sure it was seated, put the 6 screws back in, flipped the switch, it came up, and away we were, or away we went. It has finished its print. I do have a photo that was sent to me. I don't know, it's not the best, well, I don't want to say it's not the best photo. I want to get to the store tomorrow, and I'll take some pictures, hopefully before I head into the office. So go past work, go to the store, take some photos, go back to the office, do work. Have plenty of meetings tomorrow, and then tomorrow night I'll be back out there for sure if I can't get out there first thing in the morning. Take some pictures. And like, what else do you print on a Prusa Core 1 as the very first print that you ever do on the printer without verifying any parameters whatsoever? Bow ties. No. Did not do a bow tie. What I did print was I think it's like 14 plus hour long, maybe even longer. It's either 14 or 19 hours. I printed the rocket engine. First time, hit print, sat there for a couple hours chatting while it was getting its first couple of layers going. It was about that tall when I left, and I had Prusa Connect set up, so I knew when it finished. But the Robo Llama, actually I printed the Robo Llama on the Mark 4S sitting right next to it. So the picture that I have, let's see if I can bring it up, and then I'll show you guys. But anyhow, welcome in RC Spaceport. Timor, Los Inc, Winnis. Hey, imagine that. It's been a minute. A sunken benchy. No sunken benchy. Hey, J.E. Palmer 88. Let me see if I can't get this downloaded. Pull that down. Oh, do that. Okay. Full display. Here we go. Here's the 3 printers sitting side by side. I started to print on all 3. So we've got the Prusa Mini doing some Gridfinity boxes. I keep trying to tell them they need to start storing some things a little bit better. We've got the Mark IV, not a Mark 4S, just a Mark IV that printed the Robo Llama, and that was in moonstone, I believe. And then you've got the Core 1 sitting there. And let me go ahead and open the other picture with the door open. There you go. There is the engine done on the Core 1. And I can tell you, yes, I am dying to get there and take that sucker off. And that's why I want to get there in the morning. I'm going to take it off and I'm going to take both of them into the office with me. But, been really busy. I can feel you. I can feel you. We had Rocky Mountain, 28 hours there, full show, 30 plus hours back through cruddy weather. The following weekend, we did the Maker Meetup at Echovate. The weekend after that was this past weekend where I came in and did a Maker takeover of Echovate and built that Prusa Core 1 across 13 hours on a live stream. And thanks to one of our good friends by the name of Chewy, there will be a there's going to be another box turtle build, folks. So we're going to be building another box turtle and giving it away at Murph. So Chewy has sponsored the build. KB3D is going to be bringing me a LDO kit with a black frame, and I get to pick the colors and give it away. And I have decided, I've had some filament. Sorry. Printers. Printers being printers. I've had some filament, like I've got a lot of filament, by the way, that needs to be used. So the skirts are going to be neon magenta with black as the like smaller honeycomb. This will also be one full lane, respooler lane. Then I've also got neon orange, yellow, and green. So this is going to be a full neon build. Each lane is going to be a separate color, and the skirts are going to be the magenta with black. And the inlays on each one of these, the inlaid turtle on each one of these will be in black. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, I've got to start printing more parts. So yeah. And yes, Thunder Keys, you can no longer accept blame for all of the box turtle builds, just the majority of them. So yeah, that's the plan, is to build all that and all of the neon ABS colors that I had here. That, yeah. I wasn't sure. I got them, but I wasn't sure what I was going to use them on. Well, now I know. So we've made a bit of progress on the printer since last time. I'll bring it up here in a second and show you all. I just have to move some things. And by the way, I now have plenty of parts to build a second one, so maybe we'll do a RIFF 900 as well. Who knows? We get that out of the way. We'll move the mouse slightly out of the way. I think these should be able to stay here. So I have some ideas. on how to do the electronics. I'm trying to follow what V4 did. There's some parts there that I really like. He's using 24 volt beds. I'm going to be using 24 volt beds. He had these little prints for MOSFETs. I happen to have a few MOSFET boards, so I'll take those and mount them to these, and we'll be able to mount these underneath the deck. And there's a bunch of, I'll say, modified skirts that get used. I was working on just using whatchamacallit, standard boron skirts, and let's see, does this, let me get my 1-2 step process out the way. Okay, so here's the beast. As you can see, we got a few things in place now. The X-rail is fully installed, sliding nicely. So we have an X-rail. We've got our 2 idlers in place. We've got our Y motors are installed. I did that off stream. That's why I said about this, it's not going to be a full on-stream build, just because, well, the V4 V4 project is doing his build on stream, or not on stream, but is doing videos on his build. And I just wanted a project that I could build for me, so to speak, but I am doing some of it, so yeah, just need to avoid getting hit, getting a hit put out on you by Miss Dragon. No, she's not going to put a hit out on you, Thunder Key. She is well aware that this was a Chewy paid for build. So, okay, so where are we at now? Let me pop you guys off here and bring you around. So we have the couplers in place over here. It's kind of hard to see, but we do have thrust bearings underneath the coupler. So there's a ring around it. The one provided in the files was 22 millimeters. If I bought the 22 millimeter ones, I'd still be waiting, meaning the outside diameter of the thrust bearing washers would have been 22 millimeters. These are 19 millimeters, so I recreated the part and did that. So these now have thrust bearings underneath them, all 4 corners. This is the front. As you can see, it is floppy. It is fully screwed down, but we've got, let me do it this way. Maybe, come on, there we go. We have a bearing here with a through bolt into the bearing, through a spacer and into, there's a spacer right there, into the rod. That's what gives this joint that ability to flex. Okay, and these things, they're a little loose in there, so I may have to pop like a little bit of tape on a couple of sides to get them seated down in there, because I don't really want to reprint these, but we'll see. On the rear side, we still don't have our cross plate in place yet. And if you know what I'm looking at, I think actually it goes that way. We need the spherical bearings, right? So here's the thing. I could scavenge some spherical bearings from a Trident. It'd be from that Trident back there known as Iron Dragon. But we're going to have to do some work. And here's why I say we're going to have to do some work. As as I talked about before, I've got the aluminum Y yokes and the matched kinematic mounts for Trident. Okay, I traded for those at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Festival. Those I want to put over on the Trident 350. The Trident 350 currently has a set of kinematic mounts on it, but they're the spring style kinematic mounts. So I'm going to have to take those off and put all the new Mandala Roseworks stuff over on the Trident 350, and then bring those kinematic mounts over to Iron Dragon, which is still running all 3D printed parts. And that would give me my spherical bearings, I believe, because I think that replaces the bearings there. If not, it doesn't matter. I have some on order from KB3D. I think they get here tomorrow or Thursday. So when did the printer move into the bedroom? Which printer? There's no, well, I was going to say there's no printer in the bedroom, and actually that would be a lie. There's 2 printers in a bedroom in the house. This is technically not a bedroom. This is a bonus room, and is not, yeah. There's reasons, and I'll explain it another time. So, but this is my office. This is not a bedroom. They call it a spare room, and here's why. It's got a true closet. Everything about it could be a bedroom. If this was a, air quotes here, bedroom, then they would have had to have sized the septic system up another notch. So this is a 3-bedroom with a bonus room in it. And yeah, when did, that was a question. I got you. Yes, so we've got printers up here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 printers in the dining room, 4 printers in the dining room, the positron in the living room, and then 2 more downstairs in the spare bedroom. And you may see 1 or 2 of those in the near future show up at a show like MRF with the intent of them not coming home. So you just watched Canuck creator Nero's pre-release video update on Phoenix with Max. Apparently the issue that they have been struggling to fix is a 2 mil expansion. Correct. I talked to Steve a little bit while he was setting that up, and he said it's between a 1 to 2 millimeter expansion lengthwise, length of the extrusion in the enclosed chamber, and that is a 30-30 extrusion. And so the issue is, if you're using printed parts, there will be some give in the printed parts. They're using CNC parts, so it's very rigid mounted. So they've got to figure out something to deal with that expansion in that long axis. Now, this is the front of the machine, this is the back of the machine, which means you need 2 long rails. Now, one would say, well, why don't you do short rails this way and 1 long rail? And that's because you can get sag and stuff on that long rail. You would have to keep going up and either putting stiffeners or something on that rail to deal with that mass. Yeah, it is pretty, like, who would have thought that you're going to get a full 1 to 2 millimeter expansion in a rail over that length? But oh yeah, So some other things. So currently, not sure what it was that just fell behind me, but, or no, that wasn't behind me, was it? At least that one was closed this time. As you can see, I have some standard Voron back panels here for the skirts. There are different panels that he uses, and one of which will be to incorporate this in the middle, and then he has two monolithic side panels that the only way you can print that is to print it on this machine, which is open air, so it's not going to be an ABS, where this is all ABS. So I think what I'll do is swap these corners out, which are for the 350, for the 300 size, which will end about right here. And doing that, it should give me the ability to add this in here. So this will be a secondary power inlet for one of the other power supplies. This is going to have two 350 power supplies in it. Something I also found, so we have a standard display up here, and this will be a rack mount system for a sled with an SKR 13 or 14 on it. And then over here he's got a mount that puts a Raspberry Pi at a slant. Well, this mount here actually will take a Raspberry Pi and be able to mount a Raspberry Pi with all of the ports facing outward. Now, I just realized that this would either have to go over here in this corner or over in that corner, which is kind of far away. I'd rather it in this corner, so I'll have to mirror this and reprint it. But I should, I don't know if it'll clear that motor. That's the fear, is I don't know if it'll clear the motor. And that's where I think I'm going to have to just go bite the bullet, print the parts that he uses, just to say, okay, we're good. Now you'll see that I took one of the cross members here out. I did that because I've got a bottom solution that we think might be better than the 6 different panels, because once again, the 2 panels I can print on a 300 size. The middle I have to print on the Trident 350 because they're too big for a 300 size printer. So at the last stream, we had a good friend of the stream by the name of Happy Manufacturing who offered to cut some panels. And I have not opened this package yet. So, hey Waters, how's it going? We're going to open this package that we got from Happy Manufacturing. I see Waters was over there. They've been printing on the Prusas again. Though they haven't printed on the Core 1, so I thank them for that. Because I still need to do some content on first prints and stuff off the Core 1. So I'm glad that they didn't play around with the Core 1. Okay. The knife away. Hey Pez Liz, how are you doing? So Happy Manufacturing is another friend of the stream, and he's located up in the Virginia area as well. So we may have Happy and Thunder Keys and Rob Mink come down and make a visit. And thank you so much, Happy. I wanted to ask for a sticker that I could put on here, and I didn't, but you provided one, so thank you. See, thanks. Due to the sensitive nature of acrylic, here are some care instructions. Wash with mild soap, warm water solution before use. If your product contained a large custom etch, the mask has already been removed and a light coat of Dawn branded dish or liquid soap was applied. Blah, 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 blah. Happy recommends a lint-free microfiber cloth, a fresh one, not the one in floor out in the shed, or a magic eraser type sponge if scrubbing is needed. Also, Nova 7020 branded plastic polish for those pesky fingerprints and weekly maintenance. Never use any alcohol or solvent-based cleaners. Only products stated safe for acrylic by the manufacturer. Yes, you will embrittle your acrylic if you do not follow proper care instructions. So, where is the end of this? There we go. So we will follow the guidelines and do some Dawn dish soap on these before we get them fully installed. But for now, we're going to just get into it. Where the heck? So how are you doing, Liz? Hey, Liz, when is your next maker meetup? So Liz is doing a Montreal maker meetup. I think you're doing it at like a coffee shop or something, right? And panels are provided on a board there. We're going to go ahead and leave our protective cover on there for now, but this is why I had them cut them in two, just to be able to get these in there. First time out of the package, first trial fit. And this is why we had them cut them in two. Okay. Slight impingement right up here because of the corner brackets. I can square that away with just a little bit of filing right here on these short edges. But there you go. We've got a, whoops. You. What is going, oh. Wrong camera. Put that one back there, go here. There we go. Okay, so we got a set of deck panels. This side is fitting fine. I use these corner brackets here, and we're catching the edge still right here. So we'll need to, the front cutouts are good. I'll just need to sand these edges right here a little bit to, yeah, because that'll give me a gap. So it's these edges right here that I'll have to sand a little bit, and that'll plop down there. and I'll be able to use that one corner sheet. And this is ACM, so this is perfectly fine. Hey Eagle, how's it going? What the heck is this? This is the RIFF 600. So this is, what am I looking for? Take that away, and I'll actually bring this camera back some. $300mm by 600mm, and they have an option for a 300 by 900 called the RIFF 900. It's the same exact thing, just 300mm longer on these 4Y extrusions and your linear rails. Otherwise, everything's the same. I mean, you're obviously going to need some more skirt pieces, but yep, this is the RIFF, R-I-F-F 600. These are custom panels. The printed parts has a 6-piece printed panel set for the bottom of this. And in the last stream, Happy Manufacturing offered to cut me some custom panels. So that's what I was just showing off, was the custom panels that he cut for me that literally just arrived today. And that one needs a little bit of a cut, but we had a little 20 by 20 millimeter hole right here that we'll be able to bring the umbilical down into, and down into our whatchamacallit, into our electronics. And I keep realizing this is technically the front of the printer. I'm standing at the back of the printer. And let me go ahead and bring up the website again. Come back over here to full display. So this is the RIFF 600/900. It's a large 3D printer designed by V4 Projects. He has done a Varanish 1 and a Varanish 2, which is kind of, it's like a Voron, but he's heavily modified a lot of the parts. And then he did the Lemon Breezy, which was the original 300 by 900. Now he's going to be converting Lemon Breezy into this. Because it is not a square, and it's 300 by 600 or 300 by 900, he switched over, or he's not using Core XY, he's doing Cartesian. So we'll have dual Y for the long axis and a single X motor for the tool head. Very similar, reminiscent to like an Ender 5 plus. There is a file right here. This is a modified Dragon Burner mount. I did print that out. It allows for the single belt loop right now, rather than 2 belt loops, single belt loop. I'm trying to, there you go, you can kind of see it right there. Maybe if I flip it, there we go. Single belt area right there. And it's more of a friction fit, meaning you'll compress the belt against the carriage when you do it. And we'll be getting into this today. The other thing, and Happy, this is awesome, because is it the other files? Yes, the other files down here, the RIFF 600 v16.1.zip. That's the step file. He just uploaded the step file yesterday or this morning. So we now have the actual Fusion 360 step file that we could have used for the panel. But one of the panels I am going to need to sand the edge on just a little bit. And once again, this is the panel. So this is the back of the printer. So this one will go on this way. Either that or this might be slightly off. That might be just all it is this front pillar might be slightly off. But if I need to do a little bit of sanding, I'll do a little bit of sanding. And let me go back in here and say, once again, this is why I had you cut this in two. I'll be damned, I just realized that. Happy! Thank you, my dude! I did not notice that initially. Thank you! Dude! Okay, so, but this is why. This goes just barely through there. And we can drop it down in there. So this is catching both sides right here is catching just the tiniest bit. So either my frame is not 100% square or something is up right there. So I'll work on fixing that right there. That is doable. We can get that fixed. But thank you so much for doing that. That is amazing. I did not notice that at first. But as you can see, I'm doing this and I don't have a bed in there, so when I go to do it, I'm going to have to like lift it up, figure out how to turn it, and do some crazy stuff if I've got the bed in there. My mic is peaking a bit. I'm sorry. It is probably from me switching things back and forth so much. We'll move this down a little bit and see if that helps. Or just me being excited. A little clearance in the uprights, that may be bad. You had some trouble with the DXF. Yeah, no worries. No worries. That will be doable. Like if I need to do a little hand filing work to just those inner cut edges right there, that's minimal. I did wind up reprinting a couple of parts, which were these front idler pieces. So they have to be mounted in a specific way for this to mount, and they were both in the same direction, and one of them needed to be mirrored. So we've caught that and got that fixed. I've got spherical bearings on order that should be here in a day or two that will allow me to mount the rear rail. Once we get this mounted, can I remember which way it goes? I think it goes forward. Once we get this mounted, then these two rails will get mounted. We're just showing guesstimates right now. and your beds are going to mount on these two linear rails. So that's kind of what I wanted to work on today, is getting the beds laid out here and getting the beds put together. And we can do some belting as well, and hopefully lay a few other parts up underneath here. So let me move this slightly out of the way, and I'm going to lift this back up and off the table here. And sorry about that, folks. The Creality behind me has been working pretty hard. It's been doing the a lot of the prints that you're seeing here. I was trying to print these over on the rat rig, and that left extruder, I'm going to have to take it apart. There's something going on with the left one, and I'm getting some really cruddy prints out, even though I've plastic plunged it, done cold pulls, the whole 9 yards, which tells me there's something mechanically wrong with it now. So I've got to take that apart and try and figure out what's going on there. But yeah, all of these parts are coming out on the Creality K1C. I just basically created a Voron profile, and this is running either Bamboo ABS, or now it's chewing on some unreleased EPAX ASA. So where are we at? We're going to work on, we're going to drop that thing of screws again. Thank God it was closed. When I was up here working yesterday, I did knock over the, I'll say this container, this Gridfinity container that had all of my M5, M3 T-nuts and 2 different size screws in it. So as you can see, it's now empty. This will go back to Evil Diesel because I got mad at it after I knocked it over. What we need to do here is grab the 2 beds, and these are, I can't remember who I got them from. They're off of Amazon. They are 310 by 310, 24 volt, 230 watt beds. And you're going to love this. There's our bed connector. And that is 2 black, 2 red. That's how they join them. So we will be fixing that. Good thing I have the ferrules to fix that. It is decent gauge wire. I initially had a thought of, do I run it like this, or do I and these are CR10 beds, by the way. These are 24 volt versions of a CR10 bed. Yeah. There is 0 strain relief going to be there in this connector. So oh, not at all happy. Like I said, I saw that and it warmed my heart. It really did. It warmed my heart. And I just realized that this bed had no mounting hardware. The other thing I want to look at is if I use this and plug it in, Okay, so at least they've got the red and the black in the right side. So what we're going to have to do is get these prepped a bit. These are CR10 beds that I got off of Amazon. So here's my thought. One, I've got a 24 volt CR10, I think it's a V3 downstairs. So if anything, I've got spare beds for that, right? At least spare bed sizes. I'm still debating whether or not I want to desolder these and solder thicker gauge wire directly to both the 24 volt pads. I thought about doing actual 300 size build plates, like typical Mic 6 build plates, and yeah, or can kill a CR10 for parts. Yeah, one way or the other. If I went and bought typical 300 mil size Mic 6 build plates for a Voron 2.4 Trident, pick one, what have you, for heater, build plate, magnet, PEI sheet, I'm $200 to $300 in per bed, and there's 2 beds, so I'm $400 to $600 just in beds. These two together were, I think, 120. And then I had to get the PEI sheet and magnet for it. And then, like, I got some of this, so this can go right over the top. All I need to do is either cut the corners to allow for the mount holes, or figure it out, mark the corners, and punch 4 holes in it so that we have the most insulation underneath as possible. So that will be a plan as well, to try and keep as much insulation and reduce heat loss. So we'll do something like that. We'll grab the Sharpie. So there's the one. We'll do the same thing over here. Trying to keep my reveals the same. Now, depending on the type of material here, we could drill through it. Not sure what this material is. Feels like a foam, so we should be able to drill through this material rather easily. Depending on what that material is, if you could leave yourself an issue trying to get through it. So maybe we'll just stick it straight on and then drill from the top down through it. And then we'll put the magnet on. What did I do with the magnetic sheets? Those are over here. And like I said, none of these, I've got no mounting on any of this, so we will be using some M4 countersunk screw hardware. I do have some standoffs from a previous project, so it will be hard mounted to the aluminum. Yeah, there you go, Zombie. Are you going to do Ender 3 beds, or do you want something even longer? Because what we're going to do here, I know you just lurked, the simple core. What we're going to do here is mount them on aluminum extrusions side by side, and then take those aluminum extrusions and mount it to the cross beams. Now I'm using 2020 aluminum extrusion. It might be a little bit better and save you some height, because you're losing 40 millimeters because you've got a 2020 this way and then a 2020 this way. So if one or both of those 2020s, let me think about that. So if you replace the long 2020s with 2010, you would save some height, but I don't know if it would be strong enough at that point. All right, so here's our cheap double-sided PEI sheets and magnets. So we will have to drill through the magnets and do our little trick with the magnets as well, which is what I was looking for here. So yeah, we need to do our magnets, and I think what I'm going to do is do the magnet first, then come back and do the insulation underneath, because that will, I think that gives me a little bit better order of operations. Because trying to push the magnet down after having that foamy insulation on the other side, it'll be a little bit harder to get a good bond. The other thing to be mindful of as well is this spot right here in the middle. That is your thermistor. So yeah, we probably will leave that on the insulation and the foam when we go to put those on. Otherwise we could damage that. So let me get one of these ready to go. It's a pretty decently thick magnet though, at the very least. And it appears to be an edge-to-edge magnet, so rock on. So, how am I going to do this? Let me set you there. I'm actually going to flip this one over. Get things lined back up there. We'll put the magnet on this one, then we'll swap places and do the magnet on the other one. Alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. Do you want to clean these? It's like, why is this lid not flipping up? Because it's apparently not a flip lid. I'll just pour a little bit of alcohol out. And yes, there is a good chance that these beds are going to taco. I can't get around that without going to the other beds. What my thought process was, you know, let's try this out. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then we go and do the standard Vaughn bed stuff. No harm, no foul. Oh yeah, don't even get me started there, Nick. I've got stuff that I am waiting on from open builds. I've got stuff that I ordered that said it was in a stateside warehouse that still has not shipped from Ollie. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with shipping these days, but it's still kind of a hot mess. Okay, so we got that. We'll come back here. We'll peel a little bit more of this backing paper off, trying not to put fingerprints all over the back build plate. Sorry, folks. And I'm just trying to keep bubbles out because bubbles are not going to be your friend right here. So we're going to start in the middle, apply pressure as we go out. That way we'll work any type of bubble that might get in there towards the outside. Okay. So operation 1, we've got one of the magnets on. We'll grab the other plate, bring it over here, and we'll work that magnet on. Clean this, work this magnet on, and then we'll flip them over, we'll drill the holes through, clean up the 4 holes, and then we'll work on adding our insulation and then drilling those holes out as well. Let that flash off because there was a lot. So the nice thing here is he has the specs for 300 by 600 and 300 by 900, but the Z is totally up to you. You can make the Z as tall or as short as you want to get the height that you need to print and go from there. Almost. All right, I think we're fully flashed off there. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? There's culprit number 2. So, like I said, Chewy has sponsored the box turtle build. So, Mrs. Dragon, it's Chewy's fault as to why I'm building another box turtle. We will be doing that build, Chewy. I have decided that it's going to be all my neon ABSs. So I've got neon magenta and black is going to be the skirts, with black being the tighter honeycomb on the inside. And then the each lane will be a different color. So I have neon yellow, green, orange, and magenta. And the box turtle inlay in each will be black. And then Sorry, folks. I really am sorry about that. I'm dealing with a cold. Hey, Westery, how's it going? Yeah. And I just saw the light laser etching there that says 2 trees. So these are 2 trees beds. Or excuse me, I can't say that they're 2 trees beds. The PEI magnet combo came from 2 trees. How's it going, sis? On a little break, wanted to say hi. You've been having to fix printers. Oh, well, at least you've learned and you can fix your printers. Make it be seen from 1,000 meters. Yes. It'll be done, like I said, in all my neon ABS colors that I have on hand. And it will be visible. That should not be a problem. And it'll be black light enabled. So, mod for a streamer. And Mia got a new harness. Okay. And lost a tooth. How did she lose a tooth? I mean, I know how dogs lose teeth. But was she just gnawing on things, or is it just an age thing? Thinking age, yeah. So we're putting the magnets down on our 2 beds that are going to make the bed for this. Each bed's going to be run through a MOSFET because these are 24 volt beds. We are going to run them through MOSFETs, so it's low power switching and then direct power feed from the DC side of the power supply. We'll have one power supply that's going to run, we'll say, the front bed of the printer and all the electronics, and then the other power supply is going to run that secondary bed. Now, the way that he does his builds, he tends to do like an SKR 1314 type board down under the deck panel, and that runs the 4 motors, the fans, and most of that stuff. Then he'll run a second board, normally on the back side or the rear of the printer, that runs all the electronics at the top. So the X motor, the tool head, and the 2 Y motors, right? And that way he's not having to run some big like 8 and run everything around. He just runs 2 cheaper boards, which is perfectly doable. I have some other options that I could do, because technically I have another Constellation board which runs off of a Raspberry Pi Pico and provides 4 boards. It wouldn't provide the whole tool head stuff, and I'm still trying to decide if I'm going to run some type of umbilical or how I'm going to run the wiring. So yeah, the electronic stuff is going to be the more interesting part of this build here. Yeah, she is a little doggy. Well, it's not an if, it's a when. Like, let's just clear that up right now, sis. It's a win. Hey, Jedi Spidey. Hey, Jedi Spidey and everybody. So, Happy Manufacturing did some custom ACM panels for me for this build, for the deck, so I don't have to print all the deck panels. We figured it out. He made slots rather than just straight screw holes. because that'll make it easier to get everything lined up. And then I noticed this. He put a dragon on there. This matches the dragon that you'll see as the subscriber age dragon, and the dragon head that's used in my emotes. So that was a very thoughtful and neat surprise. So thank you so much, Happy Manufacturing, for doing that. That is amazing. What I'm going to do now is from the back, I'm going to drill through these with a 3mm drill bit or a 4mm, one or the other, and that will open the initial hole up, and then we'll come back in on the other side with the countersink bit and just countersink those holes out so we can get our 4mm hardware in there. Hey Shrimp Father, how's it going? Now 4mm, yep, those are 4mm holes, which I knew there's going to be 4mm bolts that go in there. So we'll just drill the magnet out from the back side. We'll do that to all 4. Or all 8 actually. We'll do one bed at a time, and then we'll come back and do the other operation, because I mean that's what we do, right? We just do one operation after another. So make sure you're lined up pretty straight. I try and put, because we just put this magnet on fresh, make sure you're gapping that hole well so you don't drill into yourself. And then we'll just drill that hole through. We'll do that to all 4. This is a softer magnet material, so it's not like we shouldn't have too much of an issue. And I'm using a 4mm drill bit, which, oh darn it, which I don't normally use, so now we'll have to get all of that. Meaning this is a fairly sharp bit. Normally we're doing this with 3mm holes for our boron beds. So one done. I'll do the other one. And by the way, Waters, I did not see Clover stream. If you're still here, I did see that comment though. Way up here. Clover built the BMCU. I didn't. So is Clover on Twitch or YouTube? Or what is he streaming on, Waters? Or because I was gonna say, or did he do it on Discord? And then I remembered he doesn't do anything on Discord. Discord is banned in his life. So where did he stream the BMCU? So I can follow him and see some of his streams in the future. Okay, so once again, the plan is to do the magnet portion first. We'll get that cleaned up. We'll do the oh crud. We'll do our counter bore, provided I can find what I did with my countersinking bit. Kind of feel like we haven't done a build plate in a while. As evidenced by me not knowing where my countersinking bit is. I don't think I took it outside. No. All right, so maybe we'll switch around and not do the countersink bit just yet. Where would I have put that? God only knows. Okay. We'll come back to that part of the operation. I need to grab the foam that I knocked over here. Well, darn it. It might be downstairs in the garage. I might have taken it down there for some reason. Because that's a deburring tool. Technically, the other one can be referred to as a deburring tool as well, but okay. So we're going to put this down there, and what we're going to do, even though I marked this, I'm going to peel this off. We'll stick it on here, and then we will come back and drill back through this like we just did on the other stuff. You're going to come steal one of my big printers? Okay. Okay. I mean, I've got the other 2.4 here. You can't take the Trident. Trident, you know, nobody can take the Trident. Nobody can take the black box. But yeah, beyond that, we can make something happen. He streams on Twitch. I did not know that. Did you? I don't remember getting a stream link, but okay. So all I'm going to do is peel this back. We're going to kind of do the same thing. This is not fully edge to edge, and I'm going to keep just shy of the solder joints here. Come back off. Try and center it side to side. Keep just shy of the solder joints, which means the very back edge of these plates might not have as much insulation as the rest of it, but some of you might go, hey, what happens if your thermistor's bad? Yep, what happens if my thermistor's bad? we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But I definitely want to stay away from here. I could either do from here I can do like a cutout, and that would allow me to center it more, because as it stands, this went kind of right to the front edge of the build plate. But I don't want to be on or near those solder joints, because those are points where it may heat up. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just cut out a little bit so I can move it back slightly and still not be near that solder joint. And my other scissors, my good scissors, are downstairs. But I'll just cut a little bit of the edge out so I can set it back some. Think about what you're getting ready to cut. We'll just do something like that, which will enable me to move that back some. And if I do decide to resolder that, I can, or if I have to resolder that. Yep, come on, bring Mia. Get your butt out to the show. Stop being a hermit. Yeah, that's probably what I should have done on the other one too. Oh well. Supper making time. Uh-oh, what's for supper, Liz? Cardboard assisted drawing. Nah. I really wish I knew what I did with my Countersink. Too many things here. All right. Some more textured coins. Keep having some failures on some of these plates though. Oh, dang it. And I use the counter boring, or it's an oversized drill bit that you use for countersinking. And I use that one because it gives me better looks on those screw holes. So I might have to go downstairs and look for it. But I'm going to try and drill back through this foam material and see how much of a mess we make, or if it's even possible. And kind of what I really need to do is make a larger hole than that in the foam. Because I want my standoffs to be in the foam. That way we've got full insulation and we're not like creating a huge hole where the standoff should be. So I got to think through how to make these holes bigger now on the foam that I just stuck to the build plate, because I can't really, I got to be careful however I cut that I don't mess up the back side of the build plate heater now. So yeah, that was well thought through, wasn't it? We're gonna have like shards of magnet and foam everywhere tonight. But as long as we don't have shards of dragon, we're good. And we've now drilled 8 holes, and I haven't put a hole in myself, so that's good. These are going to get mated up side by side on our rail system. Now, before, because I don't know his real name, when he does his stuff, he does it with 300 millimeter beds, and then uses 310 millimeter build plates, so they're slightly oversized. So he overlaps the edge between the two build plates. I'm not going to be able to do that, so we're going to be really critical on trying to get these the exact same height so that there's not a big lip between the two build plates. Which is why I want to get the foam out of the way of my standoffs so that my standoffs are all the way flush. So I may have to come back in here, and I'll do it off stream, because that way if I damage a plate, I don't cry when I do it. Because I really should have done that with a different method. Huh. No, I'll do it here. What the hell? You've seen a grown man cry before. I think I've cried on stream before. Cut the foam so the foam can move around it. Yeah, you know, hindsight's 20/20. I did make marks, and then I didn't do the smart thing, which would have been cut out like an 8 millimeter hole out of the foam before I attached it. That would have given me some wiggle room around it. I didn't do that. Think you're getting close to just buying 28 extrusion yourself on Amazon, so you have the parts to build the auto eject this week. So here's the thing, Waters, I did that. It still hasn't shipped. So my thought was, I'm going to cut some more 2040 and just do two 2040s side by side to make the 2080s for the bed and the Z-axis. Paisley, Shadow Queen loves the coffee cup. I won her. Thanks again, Jedi Spidey. There you go. Guess I should really check in on chat some. Uh-oh, power just came back on about 5 minutes ago. Storms knocked it out. Oof. That sucks, Martin. Glad that your power's back on, though. How long was it out? About 2.5 hours. Well, things should have stayed, you know, everything should have been good. String lapse, okay. I'll bring that up and do a follow so I know. Oh yeah, I'll bring it up and it doesn't have me logged into Twitch, even though I'm streaming to Twitch right now. God, gotta love technology sometime. But thank you for posting that. So yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna run downstairs and try and find my deburring tool real fast so we can deburr the magnets. And then I'll think about this a little bit more, and I'll have to get my standoffs to see how much of a hole I need to actually drill in here or cut in here for the standoffs to get through. So bear with me 1 second. I'll be right back. Muting the mic now. Test, test. Test. Really? Okay, I'm back. So I'm looking for my deburring tool that has more of a handle like this and cannot find it. But 5-volt power supply we will use. This is my longer one, so we can use this one. Same type of thing. It's got a 3-flute cutting bit at the top, so, or this is a 2-flute, not 3-flute. We'll just use this to do that down to the metal. Or at least down enough that the head will sit under the magnet. Whoops. Just gives us a nicer fit and finish at the end of this. Oh, sure. I just found that this makes it look a lot nicer, a little bit more professional. On the boron beds, it's a little bit easier because you don't use a concave screw like we do here. So rather than doing this, you just use a 3mm from the back to set the hole, and then you come in with a 6mm for the screw head and just go down into the counterbore. You can go down as far as you want if you want to go all the way down to the metal countersink beneath it. It's up to you. Because remember, there are countersinks on the underside of this for the screws. Hey Wick, how's it going? We are getting our build plates for the RIFF done up. And I can't find my shorter deburring tool, so I'm having to use, or countersink deburring tool, so I'm having to use the big one here. Starting to remember why I gave this task to my son, or at least gave him this tool versus the smaller one. So there we go. This should be all my M4 hardware. .20, 25 millimeter. What we're going to want to do is be able to go through the build, and once again we'll cut this out so that we can get this all the way down in there up against the plate, and that way we're not trying to sit here and deal with different compressive forces. And also that's not flush enough, so we're going to have to keep going on these. Am I going to be at Echovate this Saturday? I don't know. You'll have to ask the Magic 8 Ball and Mrs. Dragon. And I'm just going to go ahead and keep seeing how much more I got to go. Just a tiny bit more. Come on now. Here we go. And basically that's what we're looking for. We're getting down into all of the metal now. I'm not trying to take the metal off, I'm just trying to get the rest of the magnet off. So doing that right there is exactly what we're looking for at a minimum, because now that head's going to be fully underneath the magnet, and we're not going to have any chance of it snagging on the magnet itself. So that's what we're going to do. Is I'm just going to burn completely through the magnet and get down to the bare metal. A lot easier to do when I don't have the long-handled one here. Really wish I knew where the other one was. Do you need me to be there, Jedi Spidey? Like, is there something you need help with? Really wish I could find the other one. Oh, might be able to swing by if plans are made. Okay. What time are you thinking of swinging by? More afternoonish? Because plans can be made if you give me a time frame. I'm going to do this to all 8. My wrist is going to be sore. It's not going to feel great on my elbow either. And then 10 minutes after the stream, I'm going to find the other Countersink tool. So there's 3 down. 1 more to go on this side. Things we do to make things nice and pretty. So you might say, well, why don't you just drill it out? I could, but then I could also enlarge the depth of the hole here. And by doing this, I can feel when I'm getting close to that hole so I don't oversize it and then cause myself a different issue. Sometimes it's better to go slower. And sometimes it just hurts. Okay. So 4 nice holes. 4 more to go. Then we got to do the other side. Yay. Whoop, don't hurt yourself, Luke. You guys tell I'm not left-handed. So how's it going, Wick Allen? Who's working on some projects? What projects is everybody working on? Because you see the project I'm working on. What are y'all working on? Working on getting a new car. Okay. What kind of car are you looking for? You're going to pull the trigger on an EV. Alrighty. That's cool. Which EV are you getting? Security system. Now, is that an ESP32 camera, Timor? Or a security system with 32 cameras? I didn't know they had an EV Blazer. That's cool. I know they keep pinging me about, ooh, the new Silverado EV, and I'm like, no, I don't want the EV Silverado. I just think truck-wise, they're making too many compromises in trucks to keep some type of like mileage performance. Almost. There we go. All right, last one. Tendinosis is loving me. Hey, Liberdade, how's it going? The Honda and the Blazer. 40 sensors with the ESP32 4K cameras. Nice. Nice, nice. You get a real good discount on GM. Is that employee discount? You'd rather a Toyota? Buying a Slate? Okay. Ow. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I worry about, you know, doing an electric truck or electric vehicle, and also doing things like, hey, let's drive to Colorado if I have an EV. I feel like at that point I'm more renting a truck than to do long hauls like that. All right. That one put off. That one's going to go over there. We'll take our paper towel of magnet cuttings and we'll just put that down in there. All right, so we've got the magnet sides done. We need to figure out how to make these holes a little bit larger so that these go completely down in there. Without damaging the underlying heated bed. I guess we might start with just putting one of these on there and marking around it so we know how big to make these depressions at least. Bring the drill back out. Though we're not going to use the drill. What we're going to do is just try and figure out size-wise what we're dealing with. I could put calipers on that, but hey, look, it's going to be about 8 millimeters. And that's not going to really cut well because of the foam, which means those aren't going to cut well either. Now what do we do? Like I said, this was obviously not a well thought out plan. Especially when it comes to this part of the plan. Because now I'm going to try and dig foam out without cutting the underlying print bed circuit. I'm just going to make a bit of an oversized cut in the reflective tape material. And then we'll just try and fish out as much of the foam as we can. Being careful with the blade that we don't reach down there and scrape up the bottom surface. Huh. Now I wonder forceps might be good for scraping some material out, or at least grabbing some foam and pulling it out. It works surprisingly well. Once again, the whole purpose about going through here is to reduce and minimize the amount of loss from these printed circuit beds. They're not the most efficient heating beds out there. I'd much prefer to have my silicone heaters, but we do what we need to do. And most of these, when they've got the foam or the tape on it like this, the insulation, they are literally like cutting the whole corner off and leaving the whole corner uninsulated. So I'm trying to get, minimize the amount of insulation that I'm losing here. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Leaf test model Y. (2006) Dodge 3500 Cummins turbo diesel. Yep. My brother has one of those, and he keeps giving me crud about the truck that I bought. Like, oh, turbo 4, that's nothing. I can pull your house off the foundation with mine. And I'm like, yep. And all you do is pull a trailer around and you get about 10 miles to the gallon on average. And then when you pull the trailer, you go down to, you get, 10 miles per gallon. And when you start pulling the trailer, you start calculating in gallons per mile. So, yeah. Have that. Have your fun. I'll be over here rolling my little Turbo 4 and able to afford to do things when I get wherever I'm going. But, that's also some sibling rivalry stuff, I was Air Force, he was Marines. All that goodness. You get 24 miles per hour. 24 miles per hour with the Cummins diesel? Or you mean gallons? And is that city or highway or combined? Oops, need to go a little bit more to the right on that one. All right, there we go. We've got smaller square cutouts, so we're not wasting as much of our insulated properties as we could have been. All right, so we've got two beds. We've got our pieces that will fit down in there. I think we can go with M4 by 20s. Probably do M4 by 16s at that rate, because we don't need 5-6 millimeters sticking out. Do I have 16s though? What do I have? I've got M4 8s, M4 20, M4 8s, and 10s. So 8s and 10s aren't going to do it. Those are 20s. What else do I have in here? 2.5s. And 4x10 buttons. Well, I guess we're going to be doing M4 by 20s. This really didn't need the 20s, but like I said, I think 16s or 18s would work, but we'll make do for now. You're not pulling buildings off foundations, but you do pull your 81 Carlson Scimitar. I'm assuming that that is a, whatchamacallit, a, God, words on stream sometimes. A trailer, like an RV. Because Scimitar does sound like an RV to me. All right, what are we going to do? We're going to try and get some M4 T-nuts on here. Please, please tell me I have M4 T-nuts. Dang it. One. It's 5. It's 5. Well, Padookies. That's 4. So, there is a total of 4 there. So I only have 4 M4 T-nuts. Well, that was unexpected. Dang it. It's where I had all my T-nuts, and I was like, oh, those must be T-nuts. They're not. They're in 4x6 screws. So that sucks. Yeah, it's going to fall out anyhow. I'm going to try and get these started. I'll probably just do the whole edge here. So we'll do that. We'll do that. And we'll put one of these on. And I'm going to have to go order some more hardware. Because that's an actual hammerhead, not a slide-on T-nut. Which way are we going to go? We're going to start over here with the hammerhead then. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Come on. You were doing so good. There. We're going to have to figure out the right distance for these anyhow. For now, I'm just going to try and wiggle it and jiggle it to about there. Which I don't know why I just did it that way. I'll have to work on getting these square to these rails, but for now, let's see if we can get these secured down, or if I'm going to bottom out. M4s, who uses those? Bed mounts on every Creality bed out there. And the issue I'm going to have here is, am I bottoming out the screw and the extrusion, or am I tightening to the extrusion? I have a feeling I bottomed out the screws, so that's not going to work. I really do need to drop down to like M3 by 16s, and I'm going to need some more T-nuts of a variety. So we're not going to be able to do the, darn it, stop doing that. We're not going to be able to get this mounted. And I know some would say, well, just use your M3 stuff. might not be a bad idea. Might not be a bad idea. Let's give that a shot. Will our M3 socket heads go in here without a problem? Or not socket heads, but our M3, which are downstairs in the garage. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to run down and grab the M3s to see if my M3 countersinks will go in there decently. I mean, these are really made for 4s. The 3s may give me some side-to-side lateral movement. But let me go grab my M3s out of the tool case downstairs. I'll be right back, folks. Oh, darn it. We'll do it this way. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what our M3 hardware does in the holes here. Let's go for a long one. Yeah, no. That's not going to be much grip at all. M4 countersunk. 20's too much. Let's look at probably 16. So we're going to do some quick search real fast because that won't work. We're going to need M4 by 16 countersunk hex screws. M4 by 16. Can get them tomorrow. Nice. M4 roll-in T-nut 2020. We can get those tomorrow as well. All right, so there we go. We just got those ordered. What I did was I got M4 by 16 countersunk screws, and then M4 rolling T-nuts. The nice thing about that is I'll be able to set this like there, make my initial measurement, put in that rolling T-nut, and then line up the others so that they're in line. We'll be able to put it in place as long as that first screw on each side is in the same place. We should be square, not cattywampus. So we'll have our initial place to set our stuff up. Now what I do need to do is take these 4 out so that we don't damage our extrusion up. Now some might say, well, just put a couple of bolts on that and cut those shorter. Yeah, but potential for threading issues and a bunch of other stuff. We'll just we'll be fine this way. Slow down, breathe, take your time. No need to rush, make mistakes. Then have to throw more money at solving the mistake. I'm telling myself that because I tend to do that. So we'll take these 2 plates and just set them over here. These extrusions can come over here as well. I don't know what I'm going to do with those for the time being. Kunk. So what else can we work on? Hey, what do you think? Bring the printer back up here, possibly work on belts now that we at least have the beds ready to go. Because I about kill myself stepping on the printer. Yeah, let's do that. Let's bring the printer up here and we'll work on belts. Get that out of the way, put this out of the way on there. Definitely get that out of the way so I don't knock it over. Printer, my printer. Power cables for the bed. Okay, here we go. Once again, we're at the rear. Front idlers up here. This is our x-axis. I got this set up. I kept these loose. Did this, made sure it was bottoming out at both ends, and then tightened everything to make sure, after I brought it all the way to the back, made sure it was flush on both sides. Tighten the 4 top and the 2 bottom, and everything's now good. I think I'm going to start with the 9mm belts because, well, I have that sitting right here. So we've got some 9mm belt and some brass crimps. Don't know what I'm going to do with those. This is just Hang Life 9mm by 5m GT2 belt from Amazon. I think I have some some extra 9mm belts somewhere around the house, but it's just easy enough to buy some new material. Just going to undo a length here. Now on our belts, I know we're going to have to go loop, loop, and then come back in. So I'm going to loop around the front idler pulleys. And if you need to, you can take the idlers out. But there's that one. We're coming underneath, and we're going between the rail and our thing here. Let me see if I can't squirt you around here. There we go. So I went around the front idler, coming down between the extrusion and the XY joiner. We're going to push this around the motor pulley, hopefully. Yep, there we go. And we'll bring this forward. Now our belts are going to just push up from the bottom. And they're going in the same slot, so you shouldn't need to go like full length. You're only going to go like halfway. And now I get to try and... Does it come up and loop around? It may do that. No, it shouldn't have to do that. Sorry folks, I'm just trying to play looky-loo here on how that belt comes in. Are there teeth on here? All right, confusion setting in. So all right, something is very off. This part here has grooves for the teeth that are facing on the inside. Well, if they're facing on the inside, then they're in the wrong direction for the way that the belts need to go. Unless I have dramatically missed something in belt routing methodology, you kind of want the teeth of your belt going through your idlers and your motors, right? And this is set with the teeth on that inside edge. Let me no, that'll be right. That's actually correct. How the hell? Slightly there. I'm thinking it's coming between here and the belt, or in the between this piece and the extrusion. It's not. Looking at it and lining it up, it's from here. It goes around the idler and around the pulley. All right, so let me think about how I'm routing this in. It's going to go this way, around the front idler, work with me. Around here. And we're going to do the standard Volan thing where I try and figure out the length, or at least kind of, sort of, and then we'll come back and cut it to length. So we'll slide that in there. We'll bring this side back here. And we'll cut in this vicinity. And welcome in, Shenanigans. How are you doing, my friend? Something got mailed to you, so yep, that'll be plenty long. Okay, so the belts slide up in here. We're going to go around the pulley, and then this is on the inside, around the beefy idler, back and slide in. Just seemed weird. I guess it would have helped if I watched V4 do it on his, so I would have realized what was going on. So we'll get some more belt length out here, and we'll do our matching. The one that I just measured and cut goes with its first tooth above the other belt. We'll just pull them together, keeping the teeth together through the length. And then at the end, the first exposed, we'll say groove, or yeah, groove is where we cut. And that means both of our belts are the same length. So this now becomes the excess that we can put back in there for maintenance and later use. And I'm doing good, Shenanigans. I said we're starting to belt. We were trying to put our the actual bed parts together, and we realized that, well, I need some different size screws. That's part one. And then part two, I don't have M4 roll-in T-nuts, or actually enough M4 nuts, period. So we couldn't do that. So we came back over here. Well, we couldn't finish it. So we came back over here to do our belts. Why does that feel like it's not at the right height? So that's kind of where we're at. We're over here working belts now. We're a little bit long, so we'll take a few more of these off. We'll go count over. We're going to cut 5 of these off, so we're cutting on number 6. We'll just find a decent enough tension and push that up in there. Even that's a little bit excess, but we'll be okay there. Yeah, so hope you're doing good. Yeah, we'll cut a few more off. I'll pop that back out. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to cut a full 10 teeth off, which means we cut 5 off the last, or the other side, so we'll cut on 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the reason I'm doing that is so I don't have a little tail that comes back into the area between the thing and the thing, yeah. Now the other side is trying to figure out how many teeth I just put in on each side, so I think this one starts with all the teeth that it can take. Like that. You're excited. What are you excited about? You're not swinging by Murph, are you? Chad? Or are you excited about the package I sent? Now this seems to be a bit longer, but it could also be that my front idlers are not the same distance. Now they appear to be. Another couple teeth in that way. Here we go. Why don't we get, oh, I was going to say, why don't we just do it this way? The problem with doing it that way is there's a motor mount in the way. Or not a motor mount, but the, all right, there we go. It's pushed up in there. Both sides. Why is belted? We'll have to work on tensioning. Yeah, we'll have to work on tensioning still to get that done. But we have initial belts run and some initial belt tension. Now we need the 6mm belt. And I know I've got a plethora of 6mm belt in here. Just which one of these has enough belt to do the job? Probably not. Oh, hey, there's 9mm belt, so I didn't need to buy that. 6mm. Right, Gates power grip. Should be long enough. And this is where it'll get fun because we'll need our carriage here. But we're going around 2 idlers, a pulley, and another idler. So this is kind of our cable path here. And our belt is, we've got the smooth piece here, there's no grooves, so our belt's going to come around through the front. We'll get an amount of belt, doesn't really matter how much, we'll just get an amount of belt. We'll cut this to length afterwards. For now, we're just going to cut that and put the rest away. Excited for packaging. Yes, to be at Murph. Oh, you're going to be at Murph Saturday. Nice. Well, it is confirmed that Chewy is sponsoring a box turtle build. So I will be doing another box turtle build at the show. And giving it away on Sunday. So I've got to work on printing all the parts. Now the good news is I don't need to print TPU parts. I do need to print the clear parts. Sorry, I'm chewing. I will need to print the clear parts, but that's not that big of a deal. So we're just going to get this lined up. We'll work on making sure that everything's actually on the pulley, not on the side of the pulley. There we go. We'll get this mounted. We'll pull this. We'll mount one side. We'll pull the belt fairly tight. And these are going to be, what did he say? M3 by 6 or M3 by 8s? We're going to try an M3 by 8 right here because I have it. Why are you not going in? All right. Where are my black M3 by 8s now? Once again, trying to keep all the hardware the same. Alrighty. Am I building the turtle this weekend or Thursday? I will be building the turtle at the show. Yeah, that's going to be the thing, Happy. I'm building it at this show. All right, now for whatever reason, these are not lining up. So it might be. So I'm going to point you guys down some because I'm going to throw a light on. Oh no, those should be lining up. Why are they not lining up and going in? Or are they going in and these need to be 6s instead of 8s? Got to fly to Goshen. Yep. Not sure where that one bounced to, but we'll find it later. Yeah, I'm not sure. The bottom two are in, and they tightened up real fast. The top two screws are not going in for whatever reason. It seems like they're lined up, but huh. So I can tell you V4 modified this carriage and has flat out said that it may or may not work. It is definitely beta. So this just might be that tolerances are tight, or the fact that I printed this out in ABS and I'm not sure if he did ABS or PETG. It might just be that, oh, no, I think I might have just got it. Just don't crank down on 2 bolts and, you know, do the whole thing of get all 4 bolts started before you start doing ugga-duggas, and surprisingly things work out. Pet G, the devil's plastic. Yep. All right. Sorry about that. I had you guys down while I was doing that. So we've got that on there. I could possibly... Whoa, light's still on. So we've got winglets here that we can deal with, and you may be able to see that this belt is a little loose and floppy. So what we can do is pull or push on this, which is our tensioning mechanism, and that will tighten our belt up. So this top piece right here is our tensioning mechanism, and once we pull it over, we just crank down on the top 2 here, and our X belt's now tight. Now, I will cut the wings off some, but oofda. Is that too tight? That's not moving gently. The other thing, the pulley that's right here is on a 5mm pin. The front 2 pulleys are the 3mm screw throughs. So yeah, let me ease up the tension just a little bit, because that might be it too. We might have just put too much on those 3mm bearings. Gee, that's even worse now. What is going on? I don't think anything should be catching. There we go. Too much or not enough? There we go. All right. You'll be at RIFF? Okay. Yeah, I'll be at RIFF as well. Who knows? It might be another one of those, hey, Dragon's at another show. Is he going to build another box turtle? Who knows? Now, what we are looking at is Ecovate 3D has submitted for a pair of booths. And if we get the space, then I will be, me and the crew will be at the Ecovate booth. Partially manning it, but partially as the, well, the in-resident content creator, so to speak. So, yeah. We'll have a presence there at the show. Let me see. What else can we do? We've got our power inlets. And like I said, if I switch over and do all of his power inlets, and rather than use the Boron Trident one that I have down here, I would wind up using this one, which requires the up and down outlets, which this one doesn't have. I think I have one of these. If not, easy enough to order. Or we can just go with the Trident one and do some modified skirt stuff. I think that's what we might do, is do the modified one. I'll see if that I need to see if when I install this, if it will clear the motor. If not, this is a great idea. I'll keep this and some of the other parts that I printed for a different build. Let me see. Front of printer, X, Y. These will get mounted somewhere back here. And, oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. These, which are the MOSFET holders, will get mounted somewhere like right there. I've got to figure out where my 2020 hole will come down into. Yeah, just something feels like it's not 100% square or something. Because I'm catching this slip, but not this slip. So this might just need to slide ever so slightly. Or it could be these cast corners that are just, what, crap? I think I have different ones around here too. So if I have the different style, nope, these are the same style. Same style, but interestingly enough, this one seems like it's slightly shorter. That's weird. So let's do a thing. Let's see if swapping over to a different corner here will solve my gap issue. If so, that'll kind of sort of be funny. Awesome. Nope. But I think I do have some other corners, and if I have the other corners, which will be more of the standard, I'll say, the ones that are basically truly 45-degree angles. ACM file super easy. Well, yeah, that's the other thing I could do is just file that corner of the ACM down, because these are cast, you know, these are cast corners. They're not like CNC milled precision corner material by any means. But anyhow, what I wanted to do was get this up over here. Yeah, my umbilical could just miss that. Otherwise, I can literally stack these side by side over here on this side versus doing it there, or I can move one over. Now, the other thing I was thinking, he's got, well, hold on here. Let me pull up the CAD, and I'll show you what I'm referring to here. Because now that he made the CAD available, RIFF, download. Fusion. And an ad starting, of course. Open computer downloads. And once again, this is me using these like cast corners versus doing the blind corner joints. So once this comes up, should be running a table on the main floor at Earth. That's what I'm hoping. If as long as we get it, we'll be on the main floor at Earth. So that'll be good. All right, here we go. So this is the, whoops. All right, dang it. Here we go. So here we go, deck panels. Let me hide these. And yes, I'm doing these one at a time because the bodies are not named. Okay. So, let's come underneath here. He has these hangers for the power supplies. And yeah. So you can see that some of these are, like these are separate bodies that I could pull out. These other two, which should just be mirrors, or not even mirrors, they're going to be the same, are tied in with some of the other bodies and stuff in the electronics brackets. So it's kind of a pain in the tuchus. But he's got the thicker power supplies that I see in the posts he made about his electronics being done. So that's I'll just say interest. Oh, what did I do? Go to home. There we go. He's got thicker power supplies. That's why these are dropped down a bit. Now my thought was, do I run DIN rails and just do standard boron mounting underneath for power supplies? Do I want both the power supplies up front, or do I want a power supply on each side of the rear? In which case, I need to be cognizant and careful. Now, in order to do that, I might need to replace the printed piece with another 2020 extrusion, because that way that'll give me a hard point that I can run DIN rails. Okay, now that you guys can see what I'm talking about, if I put a power supply here and a power supply here, I'd have to run DIN rail. And I can either run it directly at the top, or I could do drop brackets. I thought about doing drop brackets this way, but it won't work because of these here. So I could either do a drop bracket here and maybe one right here and be able to mount power supplies, and then add my oh, the bed MOSFET's over here. You know, I'm trying to figure out and think about how to do it. I mean, this is pretty good. The holes are lining up, so that's good. There was also a thought of, do I replace this with a 2040? And that will definitely give me anchor points for the panels. Also, it adds some more lateral rigidity and allow me to come off with den rail if I want. I mean, those are some other thoughts. I have the 2040, that's not a problem. The 2040 is not a problem. It's more of just cutting it to the same length as all these other, you know, front, back and stuff. And we can put the 2040 in there. Now the downside is, how would I attach it? Because I wouldn't be able to do an angle bracket right here the way I did before. I could possibly get away with the inside brackets, but then I'm taking major sub-assemblies of the printer apart to slide it in. So, I mean, it will add more rigidity than just this. Printed part's not bad, but it's not a whole heck of a lot of rigidity. And like I said, by adding a 2040 here, it gives me the ability to run stuff this way, and I won't have to worry about, you know, the electronics pieces. And what I'd really love to do would be to run UHPs so that all of my mains is like right here in the front. So I'd love to run some UHPs where all of my, here's my main inlet, boom, my mains are right here, and then my 24 volt DC is coming out. And I would even consider mirroring this to flip it over onto this side, have power right here, and this whole side is all DC. You know, there are options there, is what I'm saying. I'm going to try and follow his design. I mean, that's what he's showing, is his power supplies are over here. But the way that, you know, using the LRS power supplies, which I have, I tried to order some UHPs, and the order was canceled because they don't have them. So that's slightly depressing. But yeah, we'll work on this stuff. We'll work on this. Did that just literally give me the room I need? Was it more of just... Yep. No, needs to be filed. Okay. Anyhow, I'm losing it. I'm just chatting away. This is the RIFF. This is a 300 by 600 printer. It's a design by V4 Projects, and it's called the RIFF 600/900, meaning all you have to do is these top and bottom rails, you cut them an extra 300 millimeters longer, so it'd be 1,075 millimeters, and you can build a 900 version of it. Of course, you're also going to need the longer linear rails as well. I think these are 650, so you would need 950 or a full meter linear rails. Yeah, it's a big old custom printer. And then Happy cut the panels for me, which makes me happy. And see this, oh. This is, oh, darn it, what did I do? Bench view. This is the issue I'm having where just raising these up and down, these come out a bit. So I'm going to put some, whatchamacallit, electrical tape on them. You don't have to do it all the way around, but you know, one side, the other side, or maybe go all the way around. It'll snug it up just that much more to where it'll stay in the printed parts. It's just ever so slightly loose. Now, if you could run, like if you wanted to run smaller build height, because you just need to do a lot of large or shallow parts, you could literally, instead of doing these motors, you could do, well, you could get 4 Trident motors that, so you don't have to do the couplers, or you could get 4 of the motors that you use in a V0 and just run it, you know, shorter height, you know, custom shorter height. But these are 12 millimeter linear rails, or linear rods for the Z-axis. We'll have our lead screws. I just haven't put the lead screws in yet because I want to be able to get the bed in here easier. 1 meter aren't cheap. Yes, somebody knows about that, don't they? Once again, I have spherical bearings that are coming in, and that will attach the rear bedside belt, or the rear bedside belts, the rear bed mount, and then that way this will have, the rear will have the standard Trident spherical things from the front, and then this will be allowed to get cattywampus, as you can see in the reflection of the ACM panel, because of the bearings at the front here. So yeah, open build sale does help a little bit. Now I got my 10 sticks of 2020, like I think it was 1500 millimeter that came in. The 40-40 foot plates that will allow you to screw in casters or like leveling feet, and some more thrust washers. None of my other larger extrusion has come in, and I don't have a you know, a ship date or anything like that on that stuff yet. So but yeah, I think I might cut another 2060 for this, or 2040 for this. And I'm going to need to cut some more extrusion to finish out the auto eject kit, so that I can go to the shop and build that with on a live stream with Mukesh. This is not Masumi. This is from Amazon. So this was pick a thing off of Amazon and order it. Where's my electrical tape? I'm going to try and take care of those bearings right now. Like I said, I may not have to go all the way around it. I may just have to go part way around the bearing to get it there. So I'll just cut a couple of pieces. I'll have to look at the drawings that he sent me, because I had a measure And I cut most of it while I was there at the store one day. So I just can't remember off the top of my head what I had left to cut. Sure, as soon as I do that, then it's, all right, there we go. Really, that wee little bit is now going to make it too much. All right, that's not going to work. So I'll figure something out. And now my fingers are all greasy. So IPA. Oh, that was way, way too much. Way too much. Like I could have washed Water's hair with that much. I was going to say my hair, but we all know I don't have hair, so. But yeah, I'll look at the thing, and like I said, I've got plenty of, well, yeah, I had grease all over my hands from this stuff, so we'll see how it acts once we get the weight of the bed on it. And if I need to, oh, yeah, if I need to, at least on the rear ones, he's got spots to do heat set inserts, so you can then put a set screw in to hold them in. But I don't see that on the front ones. Huh. I'll figure something out. If I have to, I'll drill a little hole at the top, and we'll do a screw in there like you would the spherical bearings to just keep it from pulling out. Sienna acrylite, yeah, that would work too. You know what? Let me see. I think I've got. What do I have here? We've got a ramps board. We've got. Oh, look at that. Like, what do we have? We have an SKR 1.4 turbo. If I remember right, there was something wrong with this board. But I've got a couple of others. Oh, hey, look. We've got a pair of MOSFETs. So let's unscrew these and we'll put them in the other mounts. I got some others down there with my Tilo Tarantula, and I think, yeah, those need heat sets, and we'll use M3 screws to hold these down, so we'll have to put some heat sets in. Let's go ahead and put the printer down out of the way for now. And a 300 by 600 printer, when you say put it down out of the way, it's kind of a, how can we put this? A euphemism, because it's in the way until it's put on a shelf for finals. I mean, let's pull the black and we'll put the red in so we can do the sleds and stuff. Sorry folks, I know I'm doing things and you guys are over there and I'm over here, but did that come off as funny as it sounded? Not funny, but I don't know. Words on stream are hard sometimes, folks. Especially when you're semi-distracted. So I'm going to try and remove the black so that I can print the red parts, which will be the sled for the SKR board. And I think I've got a second SKR board over there, so if something's wrong with this one, I've got another one. I'm going to kind of follow what he's doing with the two board thing. That and the SKR boards will work with the 1.2 drivers, the TMC 2209 version 1.2. The newer boards will not work with them reliably. So you have to go to the 1.3 drivers, which I don't have as many of on hand. I think these are, yep. But Jedi Spidey, if you're still there, reach out to me. Let me know what time you're thinking of being at Echovate this weekend, and I'll see about getting a hall pass. Now the nice thing with these is you bring your DC power in, you have your DC power out to your bed, and then your control signal is right here that turns the MOSFET on. And it gives you a beefier MOSFET and dedicated cooling heat sink than what you're getting here. So that's why you run it like that. So hey, there's a printed part that can go in the garbage. Let me pull that out. Do a filament swap real fast. And if anybody's curious, the yet to be released ABS or ASA from EPAX is pretty good stuff. It prints beautifully. I've been printing a lot of it because they had some at the store, so I was like, well, what the heck, why not? Gave it a try and it prints pretty darn good. we'll go ahead and print the sled for that. We get these screws out of the way. We'll add them here, and then eventually they'll go into a different pile. We need to do heat set inserts. Those are for the drop den rails if I decide to go that route. These are the fans panels that he uses. I don't know why he's using full thickness fan panels, but I guess that's what I get for just blindly printing the files without really looking at them. Clean up those edges later. That goes there, that goes there. Heat press. We were going to do the heat press. Might not be until Friday after work. Got to see what the miss has in store. Gotcha. Let me know either way, and you know, we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. Should be heading to EPAX tomorrow. Think you need more of their white Pet G? Gotcha. I will say I am glad I am not the one that you have to say, hey, stop buying all the filament. We need to sell to others. Okay, let's see. Caddy print. It's just to hang out if you were going to be there or streaming from there again. I do have some things, like I do have some parts coming in for the V0. I just bought an entire new umbilical set for that V0 waters. It was just going to wind up being easier that way. And I was ordering other parts anyhow, so and then yeah, I can work on that. I can work on the 2.4. I can work on several things. Ooh, I can print with the Prusa. You know, the new printer that I can't print with here because it's there. I'm going to try and go by there early in the morning, Waters, and grab the print off the Prusa, take it into work with me. I saw that somebody started a second print on the Mini. You don't buy cases the exact same color at the same time with no warning. Yeah. Yeah. He just walks in and is like, do you have a case of this and a case of this? And it's like, whoa. Like, tell them you need it so that they can, you know, buy not just for you, but for everybody else too. Yeah. You meant to start a third but forgot? Yeah. It's funny, as soon as I started doing the Gridfinity bins, I think all of a sudden you were like, oh wait, those are Gridfinity bins. Yes. You can use those in the back once you get your box cuts, right? See? Because they're all of these size bins that would go in the drawers or on any other Gridfinity thing. So if you're going to cut those boxes, you know. Okay, so we got all 8 of those there. Of course, there's going to be ones for this. I'm stuck. I don't know if I want to do these ones or not. Like, I know why he was running a second power inlet, and that's to be able to switch the one on only when it's needed. But at the same time, if there's nothing connected to it, it's only going to have some parasitic. So I think I'm not going to do those. I think I'll figure out how to work around those skirts. Put that down there so it's out of the way, because I know myself, I will burn myself. I can't mount that until I can't mount that until I get the carrier. Same thing with the Raspberry Pi. You kept some more bins? Yeah. How often do you all meet at that place? I might need to do a day trip. So Shenanigans, we meet once a month, is the Maker Meetup. So we're in Colorado. Then we went to Echovate the following weekend for the Maker Meetup. And then last Saturday I was there and I did a Maker takeover of Echovate and streamed a 13-hour build of the Prusa Core 1. Came back Sunday morning to, I cleaned up the whole desktop or the workbench so I could take a picture of the Core 1 sitting there. And then it was a matter of, I came back Sunday, I went to breakfast with Evil Diesel. Mrs. Dragon was over at Special Olympics, so I went in to clean up my mess and got there about the same time as Beverly and Waters got there and cleaned up my mess because I felt bad. I didn't want to leave it as a mess. I took over their store. Yeah, so the next meetup's the 28th. It's the weekend after Murph. You can bring your CR10, just needs a screw bolt, a screw/bolt that the heat bed mounts to. It is stripped and I can't level the bed. You're not good with part names. The thingy to the other thingy. Okay, so you either have the screw that goes through the bed, like you were seeing me put in today, or the CR10 like round knob twisty nut thing at the bottom. And hello, Bexy Beans. Welcome on in, and thank you for the 14-month in a row subscribe. That is crazy. Thank you. Stopping by to say goodnight. Lots of love. Aw, Miss Beans. Thank you. Did I say Colorado? I hope not. Oh, wait. So, we went to Colorado for Rocky Mountain 3 weekends ago. The weekend right after we got back from RIFF was Maker Meetup. And then the next Saturday, which was this past Saturday, I took over at the store and did a live stream the entire day at the store. So the next scheduled Maker Meetup is the 28th of June, which is the weekend following Murph in Goshen, Indiana. You're planning on driving down and checking out the store? Cool, Happy. They'd love to have you. They'd love to have you down. What we need to do is kind of coordinate to get like you and Thunder Keys and Rob Mink and get like a Virginia delegation coming down. That would, I think, would be pretty cool. Not that it has to happen that way, but that would just be kind of cool. All right, so this should mount there. And we'll mount it in such a way that we'd actually be able to access the, whoops. Okay. I was like, this will mount there, but let's turn it around so that the screw down jacks would actually be accessible. Now, I've got my M3x8s out. We really don't need those for these. We can probably get away with 6s, and I'm going to go with button heads just because. I like to use button heads on electronics more than regular ones. Are you like heating up? Yes. Okay. It almost looks like I need to mount it to the extrusion first, but I should be able to get away with that. I've got ball end hex screws. Not the leveling screws. Okay. So it would be the screws that mount the whole bed platform to the y-axis? I've also got the Crime Against Humanity printer that is sitting in a box full of parts right now. I still have been neglecting getting the cheek pokers out, aka the wire wheels, and cleaning up the all thread frame screws and stuff. And I can't get the existing X-axis linear rods in that. I've got new rods and I've got new bearings, but I can't get the rods out of the injection molded parts. So we may look at, what all would I have to print to replace injection molded parts to go to just standard lead screws. And are those printed parts even available somewhere? I think they are, but I have to double check because motor mounts wouldn't matter. It would just be the motor mounts wouldn't matter. It would just be the X-axis ends that would have to be replaced. Potentially. Okay, so we've got our MOSFETs mounted. Let's go ahead and we'll pick the printer back up here. We'll install the MOSFETs. Maybe we'll go ahead and put the power outlet in as well. Like I said, we can't do the SKR until the print that I just started gets done. But it started, so maybe, maybe not. What happened? All right, file. There we go. I don't know what happened. Orca kind of took a dump on me. Not that that happens ever. Which side do I need to work on? Yep, we'll put it this way. And crap. Printed parts in the way everywhere. There we go. We decided that we're probably going to put something on this side, so we'll put our MOSFETs kind of here-ish. I mean, both beds, I plan on bringing both beds together and doing a combined umbilical that comes down here in this general vicinity. So probably if we can put both MOSFETs over here, that makes more sense. But then we would definitely be using a different bed mounting, or not bed mounting, PSU mounting than what they did. Because once again, they had PSU, and I think it doesn't matter. It's all wire, right? At the end of the day, it's just all make wire longer, make wire shorter. Did he do spacing that I can do it like this? Yes. So we'll go with 1, 10s. What do we got here? How thick are these parts? Oh, 10 should work. And like I said, I'm going to have to use my ball end driver on at least one of these, so let's get that out here and ready. Dang. Rakesh said we should have a package from Open Build soon. Awesome. So here's the thing. If Rakesh ordered black, then we're good. If not, then I'm still going to have to cut some because the parts that I've already cut are black, and having a bunch of mixed, I mean, is prototype, but best foot forward. And I think the one that I was supposed to build with him on stream is going to be the orange one. So doing orange and black that'll work with the Mark IV will be the appropriate color combination. We'll say it that way. So we should be able to go about there, because if we do another 2040 here, even if we're using these corner clamps, I would assume that they would be in the same position. So we can scoot these right next to each other. So we've got our MOSFETs, so we'll have our input. Kind of be weird coming over here and then coming back out. Once we make this 2040, who knows, maybe we take these and we move it over to the side of the 2040 or something, right? There's options there. There's options. If you go see Luke, come pick me up first. Yeah. It also sounds like we only need about 600 to 700 in total. No. Let me think about that. Upright. I don't know. I will look. I will look. These were the fans. One side would go here to take over this front piece. What was it? They had a fan and the other power adapter piece would go there, if I remember right. So fan, power adapter, and I think a long rear piece over there. Was that how it goes? Let's see. Fusion file. Spin around. Yeah, so there was a fan piece, the power inlet / switch, and then a longer piece over here in the corner. Do I have one of the longer pieces still? Where did I do them? It's the boron instead of the single slant, but so that still leaves a bit of a gap. I think his modified piece is a little bit one, two, three, four, five, six in parts. No, it's the same size. I guess he just gaps them out some. Guess he just gaps them out. Well, we can flip this over on its side and swap some parts out so we can match what he's got going there. Because why not? Just remember your x-axis sits off the side, so you need to make sure that it is off the side of your bench so you don't catch and or damage anything. We can do like that, and then I can take these front pieces out and swap them over for other parts. Maybe do the same thing on the back. And by the back, I mean the other side of the printer. Should say the front, because technically, I don't know. So it wanted the longer one with his logo. I'm going to be fine using the Voron logo because I don't care that much. Waters, I'm just going to make this statement. Mrs. Dragon is one of us. Yes. Because she needs more print. No. I was thinking more of there's a reason she fits in so well with everybody at the shop. Just sitting over here real fast, deburring some things. Be right back on camera. I'm just deburring this right over the plastic bin. Oh, one of us. Yep, there you go. Dang it. You. There. One, two. I mean, technically she needs more printers because I got rid of one and apparently I shouldn't have, and I've been duly scolded for getting rid of apparently a protected printer that I did not know was a protected printer. Huh. And I wonder, yeah, they probably should have put heat sets on both sides of that one. Let's pop this back out. We'll do heat sets on both sides. One for the fan to go in on the back and a set for the cover to go in on the front. Well, that screw is never going to be found again. Oh, maybe. Maybe not. Where did you go to? Not a screw. We'll have to replace that one. Okay. Maybe I'll keep rambling on and we'll just have that installed by the end of the ramble session here. All right, let's do a few more heat set inserts. All right, sounds good, Happy. Showing us the big printer's gone, not the little ones. Exactly. But that's okay. She says that, now I'm building a 300 by 600 printer. I'll be doing the whatchamacallit, box turtle at the show. I still want to do the Adventure XL. I know Canuck Creator's building one right now, and he said to give him some more time to get a little bit further in the build before he makes any comments on it, really, but I did see somebody else that had finally posted information on it. So that's a 600 cube build. It's basically a 2.4 on steroids. Okay, we got those put in. Where's the other fan part? We might as well do that while we're here. And if I wind up not using these pieces, then so be it. I've got the extractor from CNC Kitchen, and I'll just pull these. I never did get a response from Chris at KB3D as to whether or not the Frax that they had at their booth was the one that we were supposed to assemble together. In which case I may be building my Frax sooner rather than later. My Stealth Press has done its share of heat set inserts, and I like my rig, which is the test stand for different boards and stuff like that. It's a good way of going through and doing your build outs of your clipper boards and stuff as well. You do it all on the bench without having it in the printer. And with it using DIN rail, it's really easy just to take it, you know, once you've got everything configured, just unclip it from point A, clip it into point B, and away you go. All right, those two are done. I'm going to do these. I'm going to need heat sets into these as well. So not 100% sold on this one, but we'll go ahead and do this one for now. Like I said, it's a secondary switch for just the second PSU. I understand the desire to not run PSU if you don't need to, so all right, is this one? This may not be a heat set. This may actually just be thread into plastic. Nope, have to be heat set. We'll make it work. Okay, all that's done. Put this back down out of the way. Move this out of the way. And what we got? We have this one that goes here in the front, like so, which will give us the spot for our fan. So let's go ahead and get this screw started. And where is Hey, stay creeping. How's it going? Welcome in. Where are did I put my? I did. I put my screws away. Welcome on in. Stay creeping. And Winsang, Pez Liz, layer by layer. How's it going? welcome on in. Thank you for the raid, layer by layer. I must have just missed that. Raid in with a party of 12. Moji raiding in with a party of 2. Thank you to both of you for your raids. Appreciate it. It's pretty awesome. How's everybody doing tonight? We are working on something that looks like a Voron with these skirts, but as you can see is not a Voron. By the same said skirt having a different flavor of symbol on it. So this is the RIFF 600. There's a 600 and a 900 size. This is the 600 size. The 900, so this is a 300 by 600 build. The 900, of course, would be a 300 by 900 build. And what we're doing is going through and just getting trying to install things little by little here without damaging our printer in the process. We are, why in the hell did you do 5s on that? Yeah, so words on stream, sometimes hard. I am trying to follow the designer's files. The one thing I didn't have was the skirts, and that was because he hadn't provided the skirts file or the CAD. He has now provided the CAD. So what I'm trying to do is match up the files here as best as I can. And apparently trying to do it what is going on there? Sorry, so I'm trying to follow the CAD to the best of my ability now that he made it available, which means I'm having to reprint and redo some parts. And of course this particular extrusion now, none of my, oh that one did, that was nice. None of my rolling T-nuts were like aligning appropriately, but that one finally did. But yeah, we're just sitting here building. This is kind of a build that I'm doing on and off stream, meaning I'm not just sitting here building it on stream and setting it off to the side. I am going to continue to work on it throughout the day as I get parts in or things like that. For no other reason than, to me, this is a me build and a relaxing build. A lot of my builds I'm doing just strictly for the content, and this I want to build and have as a statement behind me and use it for various things such as cosplay and stuff where I need a larger bed. This is going to be open air, so it's not going to be one of my ABS machines. So it will be an open air machine for me. Oh, that's the power outlet. Not the one I wanted. Where's the one I wanted? This one. I mean, it does sort of fit, but when it goes like that, that Raspberry Pi might be able to work in this mount. It should clear everything perfectly. All right, so we got this side now put in. We'll need a different style of plug-in, which I think I have one of these as well. And I don't know why my Stream Deck just up and left me. Unplug, replug. Hey look, Stream Deck's back. Imagine that. All right, so this is what we're working on from a printer perspective. This is, like I said, this is the RIFF 600. It can also be a RIFF 900, which means 300 on the X, 6 or 900 on the Y. You get the Y just by cutting your 4 Y extrusions to 1075 and using a 950 to 1 meter long or 2 linear rails, right? All linear rails are MGN 12s. Hey Cat Zodiac, how's it going? I'm trying to print all the parts that he's using for like bed mounts and stuff like that. I'm only using one of the cross braces right now, and I'm thinking about replacing that cross brace with a 2040 extrusion. For no other reason than it gives me options if I want to use DIN rail mounting a la Voron, or if I want to do anything else like that. It just gives me more options as far as mounting equipment, hardware, stuff like that. But yeah, what I'm trying to do right now is just come through and match the panels up. So in this case, they're using long panels on the sides here. I have one long panel printed. Not that it's got his logo on it versus the Voron logo. I had a panel in here with keystone jacks, but I don't necessarily need the keystone jacks. Depending on how I do the Raspberry Pi, that is. I don't necessarily need the keystone jacks. And really the difference that I'm seeing, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this should be the same as the long ones. The real difference that I'm seeing in some of these panels is he just literally removed the Voron logo, or excuse me, 2 of the legs of the Voron logo. So, yeah. Where did that one go? Darn it. So hope you're doing good, Cat Zodiac. We missed you on Saturday. All right, what is going on there? Okay. Dang it. The downside of rolling T-nuts is every once in a while you get one that will get pushed in and turn on you, and you'll have to sit here and dig around and play with it to get it back out and aligned properly. So that's the one piece. The other side is going to be, or the fan mount is actually M3s, or excuse me, M3s. How the hell are those going to? All right, there's a design flaw in this particular one, because I think what I'll do is I'll go back and I'll use, I think this one will work with the standard Voron fan mount on this side, so we'll go back and do that. So we'll go back to the standard rails, or the standard pieces I was going to use over here. Ah, crap. Where's the other one go to? Two lost screws now. Great. So I had this one, which was the that one. We'll possibly put the pie over here, just because, oh, why not? Oh, dropping screws everywhere. So this Raspberry Pi mount is the same size as the other mounts, and I believe, like I said, I believe it sits low enough that the Raspberry Pi will go under the motor. So we're going to give that a shot, just because. If it doesn't work, then we'll mount the Pi with the standard way that they're going to mount it, and we will just run an Ethernet cable over to the side here, so we can put it on the hard network if we want to. Alright, so we're going to do that. That way we should be able to put the standard, sorry. We're going to go with the two short sides over here, which should give us the ability to do, oh gee, the normal 2-fan, 300 size 2-fan over there. What else? What else do we need? This is made to go in the back, but I don't know if it'll go there. I'm just trying to figure out what other panel pieces I have available to me. All those are short. So if I put a short one there, does this fit? It could potentially, because I do have a tiny bit. No, I don't have space. And the only way to do this is to run his super duper really long crazy ones. I think we're just going to run the one power inlet and call it good. I'll figure out the back skirts. The back skirts may be printed in PETG and just be along the back. It is what it is. It's not that big of a deal. Like I said, this is going to be an open air printer to begin with. So, like I said, not that big of a deal. We've got most of the skirts on. We're waiting for the sled to print so that we can mount that. That can go there, that can go there. This is not the appropriate inlet for this power inlet over here. So I'll have to do something with that. I like having this fan here because the drop mount for the Raspberry Pi, if I use his, we'll put it right here so that that fan will come right over on it. And let me show you more what I mean. So he's got so this is going to be the caddy for your SKR board, and then he's got a drop mount that angles the Raspberry Pi and slides it back, so it's going to be about like right here. So this fan is going to be blowing right across the edge of the Raspberry Pi and into this. So that will provide appropriate cooling there for those. You're back home working on the open source shelf project? Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so I think we're getting plenty going here. Like I said, we should have the ability over here on, well, darn it, there's really no good way. So we'll just have to do this. Over in this gap, it should be the regular 60-20 fan mount that can go in there. And that'll get us two fans over on one side, one on this side with the power inlet, because I like having that fan here. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. There's no airflow over here. It would be right through the middle of the machine, and this doesn't get any airflow whatsoever. This is going to be our SKR. We'll have the expansion 2, expansion 1, set up like that. Not sure exactly how this goes. It's probably going to go in there on the caddy like that. So that gives us access to the power. All of our drivers are there. Don't need this plugged in right now. Like I said, this works, but we may swap this out with a 2040 just because. I think I should have a couple of more power outlets in here. Let me see what I've got and if it's easy enough to find. Ooh. So I've got some fused power inlets, some switches, hey, some more heaters, some hot end heaters. I have a standard Voron filtered inlet. Oh, there we go. I'll have to add some more wiring, but does this fit and line up? It does. Now, unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, to put it with the power outlet towards the back, wait, no, this is where it's going to sit. To put it with the power outlet towards the back, the switch is up for off, down for on. I kind of don't like that setup. I could pop that switch out and flip it around. I might do that, or attempt to do that, I should say. How's it going, Kenneth? Hope you're having a good day. We're just playing around with the RIFF here. The designer is V4 Projects, and I believe he just went on vacation, so we're either going to have to start going on our own or wait for him to get back from his vacation to keep building. But he did provide the step file, so we're able to keep going on some parts. Oh, darn it, get the wire out of the way. Good God Almighty, maybe not. Maybe it's just gonna be this way, and we'll have to suck it up and stop being a whiny butt. Oh, comes off that side easier. So all I'm doing is popping this switch out because I prefer wherever the outlet is that down is off and up is on. It's just my preference. .15 amp switch, okay. So that's good. I'm not even sure if this has a fuse in it. Does have a fuse, so that's good. We'll need to jumper the ground switch over, and then No. Ground switch doesn't go over, does it? Ground switch comes out, it's just the, wait, no. I'll have to look at this again on how it all connects up. But anyhow, folks, it is 10:30. I've been going for a few hours now, and I think we're going to call it done. I'll have to start getting this thing wired up, waiting on some more prints, and all that goodness. So let's figure out who is on here that we can raid into tonight. Like I said, this is a relatively slow burn build for me. Not trying to kill myself on this one. There's no deadline. And now, thanks to Chewy, I have a deadline, and that deadline is printing another set of box turtle parts so that I can print a box turtle at MRF here in like a week and a half. Is it a week and a half? God, I hope not. I hope it's at least 2 weeks. But yeah, let's see who is online. See, Astro Canuck, that zombie guy's on. Free Heathen's on. All right, is Jano off already? Holy cow! I completely streamed through Jano. All right, we're gonna go over to Zombie Hedgehog. Once again, thanks everybody for being here. We're going to go over and chat with Zombie. Zombie's working on his black box, or at least he has it on his table. So yeah, thanks everybody for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me again. I will be back here on Thursday. And like I said, Jedi Spidey, if you're still out there, just let me know what's going to be a good day to meet you over at the shop, and we can shoot the breeze. So take care, everybody. Have a great one. Bye now. And for those of you that are still here watching on YouTube, thank you so much for sticking around. I know my streams are long, and I need to start getting into some smaller streams, maybe some small hyper-focused streams for the channel. But thank you all for being here and sticking around. If you like the content, please feel free to like and subscribe down below. Check the bell to be notified of future videos. And YouTube's going to be suggesting a new video right over here. Thanks all. Have a great day.